Good evening.
Amen.
Good evening.
Hey, Deborah,
Yes, Mark.
I hear you're going to help me out with the attendance list.
I'm gonna bump along the way. I didn't get any training, but
Evening. Can they hear? You can hear us?
yes, we can. We can hear you. I'm gonna bump along the way. I have the roster right in front of me.
Thank you as usual, Deborah.
The only thing I don't know how the committee usually handles this is like I'm seeing up a few people that's on the call whose names are not on the roster. Do I need to add those names to the roster?
No,
No.
no.
Okay. How do we
They just,
account for them?
these are the names for the voting people.
Okay, so how do you handle people who are coming to the committee meeting who may be interested
It's
in
still
joining
I
the
don't
committee?
hear.
Can hear nobody?
Uh-uh.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to put yourself on mute.
Volume.
James Neville.
There
Yes,
you go.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, so can you please put yourself on mute for the time being?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
great. Okay. So, I see a few names that's not on the roster. So my question is if they have, do we assess whether they have intentions on joining and how do you manage that along the way?
They're going to be identified as guests. We'll add them onto the attendance list. But in
Okay.
reference for the roster, we're going to be doing our regular roster, and these will be for the voting, for the voting members.
Right. I have the voting member roster.
Hmm.
That I'm clear on.
Right, and the other people, they won't be voters, but we'll add them on to as their attendance for tonight's meeting.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
We're going to give it a few more minutes before we start. Good evening, everyone. We're going to just give it about 2 more minutes to get some more members in so we can have a forum. The chair, Robert Widowax, he's not going to be able to make it in today. So as vice chair, Mark Thurton, I'm going to be sitting in for him for tonight. Okay, it's 6:18. I think we'll start our meeting. We have a little short on members. Let me see. Deb, do you want to try to run through our roster?
Okay, we'll do. Okay,
And we might have to come back to this if we have on the agenda a co-naming proposal. It's not going to be a voting item tonight. However, you know, we would like to have all the members available so we can review it all together. But yes, let's run through the roster, please.
okay. Desmond Atkins, Julia Boyd, Michael Francor, Alan Gerber,
Can you type name on there? Can you
Karen Gray,
Here.
okay. Saskia Hagens, and please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Did I hear acknowledgement?
Present.
Saskia, present? Okay, thank you. Igenie Harris Blenman. Colin Jakubitz. I didn't do that.
Yep, I'm here.
Could you pronounce your name for me, please?
It's Colin Jakubczyk.
Jakubczyk. Okay, thank you. I'll do my best. Please bear with me. Thank you. Jennifer Jordan.
Here.
Exima Jordan.
Here.
Peter Crashers.
Here.
Francis Langley.
Here.
William Meehan. Fior Ortiz Joyner.
Present.
Celeste Stern.
No,
Celeste Stern.
no, this is so.
Carrie
We don't want-
Tan.
Just
Carrie Tan. Okay. Nicole Tetrialt. Mark Thurton.
Here.
Ethel Tyus. She asked to be excused. Robert Withervax. And Deborah Young here. So right now I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 present. I don't know what you need for a quorum. The total is 21.
Sorry, I didn't hear my name.
What is your name?
Jose Urbano.
Okay, I didn't call your name, but I have it written down. Is this you're not on the list of of members yet, but I have written your name down and your name will be added. I guess, well, Mark and I'm deferring to Mark on how you handle. Is this your first meeting?
It is indeed.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, all righty. So the other people that I have written down who are on this call is Jose Bourbano, Phyllis Granum, and Dolores Hutchinson.
I'm also first time to be at the meeting.
Your name?
Scott Cunningham.
Who Cunningham? I didn't hear the first name.
Scott, SCO.
OTT. Okay, Cunningham.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm also a first time. I'm a first time too.
And who is that?
My name is Burton, Berton. Last name Ridley.
Ridley.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, and I'm Lisa
Okay, we're also
Maldonado.
first time members. I'm sorry. All right. We're
I
also first, 3 people here. First time when you get a chance.
Yeah, Lisa Maldonado. I'm a first-time member or first-time attendee.
Okay. And James Neville, you're saying you're
Yeah,
first time?
Yes, it's actually James Neville. I have Judith Campbell here, and I have Linda Squires here. We are from the Prospect Place Block Association, who I guess are coming before you with the proposal for the co-naming of Prospect Place.
Okay, fine.
And Ms. Young, hi, I'm also part of that team. James McDougall.
Can you spell your last name, please?
McDougall.
Okay.
McDougall.
Sophie
Also a
Martin is
first-time
also a
attendee.
new member.
Excuse me?
Sophie?
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Oh.
Sophie Martin.
Okay. And Mark, I see there's someone calling in with a number ending in 02. Can you
My
please
number ends
identify
in.
yourself?
I'm already in. My number ends in 02.
Okay.
And who is this again?
Burton Ridley.
Okay, fine. I have your name down. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Yep.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming along. The first time attendees, thank you for coming. In reference to becoming a voting member on any one of the committees, you're required to have 3 consecutive meetings that you would attend for a specific committee. So for this first time that you guys participating, you will not be able to vote on any of the items that we have on board. But what we're going to be doing for the code names, the representatives for Roger Brown.
Yes.
We're here.
Okay.
We're here.
All right. Members, there was attachment sent out on a description of Roger Brown, and they're proposing. Give us the street again on that.
Prospect Place.
And
Utica. Between Utica and Schenectady Avenue.
Utica and Schenectady?
Yes.
Okay, I had that wrong. I had it as Utica and Rochester.
No. No.
Okay, let me correct that. Okay. Again, guys, Robert Whitwax, the chair for EST, is not going to be able to make it tonight. So as vice chair, I'm filling in for him. And what we're going to be doing on our agenda, we have a proposal for a code name of a street on Prospect that's in between Utica Avenue and Rochester. And we have
Schenectady.
Skin-
Utica and Schenectady Avenue.
Utica and Schenectady?
Yes.
Yes.
Avenues,
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Utica and Schenectady. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and who's going to be representing them?
We have James Neville, Judith Brown Campbell, and Linda Squires.
James McDougal.
James McDougal.
I'm on, yeah, they're partying together, Mr. Chairman, Thornton, and I'm doing a solo by myself.
Okay. All right, so what we're going to be doing right now, we're going to be just doing an introduction. Let the committee be aware of what's going on in reference to the co-naming. Because we just received the material today, so I'm not sure if everyone had an opportunity to review everything. We invite you guys for the next meeting. The chair will be back then, and we'll do a deeper analysis on it. And we'll have to review if they're going to be voting on it at the next meeting. But for now, could you guys just give us your introduction on this, please?
Let me introduce the team,
Mm-hmm.
and the team then will introduce themselves. Okay, so I think to the right is Reverend James Neville from the community church. On what block, James? James, where's your church? And where are you located at?
My church is on the corner of Utica Avenue and Prospect Place. Holy Temple of Prayer Incorporated. Corner of Utica and Prospect Place.
Okay, and then we have our lead, Linda Squire. She's going to
Yes.
take the lead. I think she's also a member of the Block Association.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And she's going to be taking the lead. Just tell us the process, and then we, how we're going to proceed. And then, of course, we have the last but least, we actually have the sister of the famous Roger Brown, Judith Brown Campbell, who still lives in the house. I believe that were you born? You explain, Judge. Let me chop it up. I'll let you explain. Judith,
Yes.
tell them about your house, who lived there, your family still lives there, so many years ago.
We've been here 73 years.
Wow.
On Prospect. When we moved here, Roger was, I want to say 6 or 7. And we had our formal education right here, 167 on Eastern Parkway, and then Wingate. Because 167 went up to the 8th grade. So we never went to a junior high school. We just went from kindergarten to the 8th grade and the 8th grade in the high school.
Okay, and I'm sort of the catalyst in this. I'm kind of organizing it, but the team will probably take the lead in the conversation that needs to be done. So they did a robust, everything they told us to do. So we just ready to go, excited about being here, excited about someone lived on a block for 72 years. There's so much inspiration, so many young people, and just wanted we just, as we came in, the block renamed, we ready to get started, ready to be excited for that moment. Thank you, Jeff.
Yes. Well, most definitely, we are very excited to be here. Roger Brown is a very symbolic person for all of us here in this community. I myself have lived here 63 years, and Roger Brown grew up with my older brothers and sisters, and so he was a integral part of the community. And he's a great inspiration to this community. And we have our young people and our elderly who all know of Roger Brown. And we find it's quite fitting that he be the street be co-named by him, under him, with his name.
Yeah, there weren't. Let me get some more backdrop on Roger, and then Judith will come in because she's the expert. As you know, Roger Brown was a basketball player.
Yes,
number 1 and number 2 basketball player in the country at the time.
Yes.
Ran to a little, let's say, twist in his life when he was falsely accused of point shaving. It was determined years later that he wasn't. He was blackballed from the NBA and have actually played with the secondary league, the ABA, and became a superstar. And in spite of it all, he became, which is very difficult to do, he became an NBA Hall of Famer. Okay, which is only about 300 in the thousands and thousands of people. So I'm saying we have one of them in our community, Roger Brown, who was an inspiration to me. Judah, if you want to add to his basketball credentials.
Well, Roger played in every park in Brooklyn, also Rutgers. Roger also, we moved here, John Center was not here. It was built while we were here. Roger was the first, Roger, Connie Hawkins, Tony Jackson, to name a few, was the first basketball team at St. John's Center, which they were the St. John's Flashers. And Roger is an inspiration still to me because of what he went through. And as you know, he was also, Dayton saw fit to have a what do you call it?
Oh no, they did
they have a
resident hall.
A resident hall
in his name, where they're teaching with justice,
social justice,
law and
social
justice, social justice.
Yes.
Which they honored him, and as a family, we all went because it was a great honor, because they felt that they had did an injustice to my brother, because he had to leave Dayton before he finished college.
I mean, if it's like, if you guys would like, I can read the bio for you right now. It'll take me 2 minutes to read the bio.
Just let me add this point, James. All this happened. He was given an honorary, and he was given a residency 2 years ago, because the University of Dayton felt that, well, they wanted to give a measure of justice to the family, and they felt they were incorrect in actually forcing Roger not only in not getting a college education, but also redirecting the life of his family. As we know, what NBA families do today and the kind of benefits they have. And the Brown family was never afforded that because he was falsely accused of point shaving. So it was only 2 years ago. Actually, I met with the president actually this year of the University of Dayton. And we talked that, and we thought it was a great honor that, out of respect, now they can give the family a measure of justice. But having this done, going through the process of renaming the street after that, is doubly, I think, doubly satisfying and exciting for the family. Judith, I'm sorry, I just want to cut that in because I know that from facts. Judith, Reverend James, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it is true. I mean, he's done marvelous things, and we just want to, do what's right moving forward, especially in the Crown Heights community, where I've been a resident for over 30 years. We have 73 years, 60 years, and we have everyone is on board here, especially on this block. We have ties with the St. John's Recreation Community Center. I also have ties with the 77th Precinct Clergy Council. Brian Saunders, who's the president of the 77th Community Council. We're all on board with this, and we think that this is something that just needs to be done moving forward. Councilperson, chairperson.
Okay, and I see that I'm taking a look at the signatures on here, and there's a lot on Prospect Place itself, which is extremely important.
Yeah. And there are many more to come because there are a great number of homes that haven't even had an opportunity to sign.
A lot of us didn't have an opportunity to run through the write-up on them. Could you run it through really quick, please?
Okay, the bio?
Really quick, yes, please.
Sure. Okay, Roger Brown, born May 22nd, 1942, was an American professional basketball player, licensed coroner, and served as councilman as a Republican on the Indianapolis City County Council for 4 years. Roger Brown grew up in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn, where he attended Public School 167 on Eastern Parkway. He was also one of the original members of the St. John Recreation Center Flashers basketball team. This was the first basketball team formed at the center located near his home on Prospect Place, where his family still resides. As a young boy, Roger Brown was a proud Boy Scout. He was also in the Drum and Bugle Corps and looked forward to the playing and marching down Eastern Parkway in the Memorial Day Parade, which took place every year on May 30th. He also participated in the Brooklyn Day Parade each year, which marched down Stuyvesant Avenue. He was a multi-talented athlete who enjoyed playing basketball alongside friend and basketball great Connie Hawkins. But he also enjoyed bowling and even enjoyed running track alongside his friends and contemporaries of that day, Wilma Rudolph, Lillian Green Chamberlain, but it was basketball that had his heart and that he excelled in most. He would play throughout the city wherever he could find a game. At 6 feet 5 inches, Brown attended Brooklyn's Wingate High School, where he starred as a forward guard. Brown later signed to play for the University of Dayton in 1960, but he was banned from the National Collegiate Athletic Association and National Basketball Association when it was revealed that he, while in high school and along with fellow Brooklyn star Connie Hawkins, he had been introduced to a gambler, Jack Molinas, who was involved in illegal point shaving. Brown was never accused of point shaving, and his only crime was associating with Molinas. With the NCAA and NBA ban in place, he continued to play basketball in Dayton's amateur leagues, and in 1967 signed with the American Basketball Association Indiana Pacers. He was the first player and Pacers organization signed when they were formed. Over his 8-year, 1967 through 1975 ABA career spent with the Pacers, Memphis Sounds, and Utah Stars. Brown scored 10,498 points and appeared in 4 All-Star games. On March 11, 1969, Brown set a Pacers franchise record with 46 points scored in a single game during a win over the New York Nets. That postseason during the 1969 ABA Finals, Brown averaged 25.6 points, 6.6 rebounds, and 2.6 assists in a 5-game series to the Warren, Jabali, and Oakland Oaks. The following postseason during the 1970 ABA playoffs, Brown was named Playoffs MVP after he averaged a postseason career best with 28.5 points in a game en route to a final victory over the Los Angeles Stars, in which Brown scored 45 points, grabbed 11 rebounds, and in the decisive Game 6 victory, Brown would go on to win 2 more championships with the Pacers. The NBA later reinstated Brown, but he chose never to play in the league. Later, Brown was one of the 7 players unanimously selected to the ABA all-time team in 1997. He was one of the 4 players to have his jersey number 35 retired by the Pacers. On February 15, 2013, Brown was announced as one of 5 direct inductees to join the Naismith Hall of Fame, having been elected by the Hall ABA committee. He was inducted in September 2013. During his basketball career, Roger Brown has exemplified and embodied what it meant to be a team player. He loved the game. He is described by his family and those that knew him best as being caring and kind, and never wanting to see anyone being taken advantage of. These characteristics are what drove him to public service. As a young man growing up in his neighborhood of Crown Heights, Brooklyn, he was and continues to be a valued member of the community and a pillar of pride to those both young and old who pride themselves as being a part of that legacy. Roger Brown was diagnosed with colon cancer in 1996 and succumbed to the disease the following year. Roger Brown is the father of 8 children, Roger Jr., Stacy, Rodney, blah, 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 and finally survived by 2 siblings, Judith Brown Campbell, who we have here, and Charles Richard Brown, and a host of other family members. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you for that information. We'll definitely review this. Let me ask you a question, and I'll open it up for the committee also to ask a question. Why are you doing it now?
Because I feel it's time for it to be done now. I mean, we've been trying to do it. I've been trying to get it done for a while, but I didn't know which way to go with it. That's the only reason I didn't start before. And then I'm not young like I used to be, but so I knew I needed help. So, and I know I had to come to the pastor and Linda, who grew up along with us. It needs to be so that our children in our area have a look at what they can do in life. It's not about the streets. There's things that they can do. They can play basketball, but they also need their education. And I believe with them knowing Roger as they, because the kids around here do know about him, and it encourages them to move forward and try to get a better outlook on life.
Yes, for example, right now, Judith Roger Brown has a niece. She's Milan. She's playing basketball. She's, I think, in the 7th grade, and she's an up-and-coming basketball star. So I can imagine the impact if she comes back home to her grandmother's house and she see her great uncle's name on the block. I'm quite sure that will inspire her to continue on with her career as she continue on to go to college and become, as you know, women's basketball is very, very on the move right now. So Milan is 12 years old, but she's a basketball player, and I'm quite sure that would be inspirational to her, also to the other young ladies and boys on Prospect Place and in the nearby community.
Let me add to that too as well. It was after the 2020 Black Lives Matter movement that we see the exposure of Black people and their significance and their impact on society. That's exactly when Roger was giving that honorary at the University of Dayton. I think the world's seen it too. We thought it was a great opportunity to come together as a team, me, Linda, James, and Judith, to make this happen and expose the people in their little community of Prospect Place, the greatness that was once there with Roger Brown. But we're not only doing Roger, on the other side of the district, we're also doing Connie Hawkins as well. That was also one of his best friends, and he had the same experience as Roger.
Right.
So if that can answer your question, Mark.
Yes, it did. Thank you very much. I'm going to open up the floor to the members. Could you raise your hand if you have any questions on this? We'll start with you, Deborah.
Okay, fine. I want to thank those of you who worked on presenting this to the committee. And I want to now defer to the committee, and I'm making an assumption that we're all familiar with the protocols for having a street co-named. And it appears that the applicant has met most of the requirements. In addition to that, what they just read to us is available to all of the committee meetings. And I'm wondering if the committee approves this in principle. This is not a vote, as Mark has already said, but if the committee approves this in principle, then we can move to the next steps.
Shoot.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to ask the family, friends, and neighbors a question. Did Mr. Brown come back to the community during his adult life after college?
Oh yeah, he came home every summer. My grandfather had a barbecue every summer, and we had a reunion on Prospect Place in our backyard.
Okay, but he didn't reside. He didn't come and reside during his adult life.
No, because his children were in Indianapolis.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
William?
Hi. My question is more for the other members of the board. What are our guidelines? I know each community district does it differently. What are our guidelines for like petition requirements in terms of number of signatures and residency requirements?
Mark, I have that right in front of me. Do you want me to review it quickly?
Please.
Okay, fine. The CB8 will only propose the co-naming of streets for the following types of honorees: individuals who are CB8 residents, natives, or of a particular importance to CB8, and whose life story, deeds, and acts are of enduring interest to large segments of CB8's population. Organizations that are located in CB8 or of particular importance to CB8 and of enduring interest to large segments of CB8's population. The approval process shall follow the following steps. Initial application. Applicants must provide the following information to the district office to be put to the committee's agenda. Applicant's information: name, contact information, mailing address, connection to honoree, written description of honoree, explain why the honoree is worthy of commemoration, explain the honoree's connection to CB8, proposed location of street co-naming, explaining why the proposed location best commemorates the honoree. Then it says initial review. The committee will review the submission and vote. If the committee approves in principle, applicants shall be given a return date to come before the committee with the following documentation: proof of notice to all residents and businesses within the reasonable distance of the proposed location, which notice shall contain all the information submitted in Section A above and the return date inviting public comment. Petition of support from as many individuals as possible, preferably local residents, which petition shall contain all the information submitted in Section A above and the return date inviting public comment. Any additional documentation the committee requests of the applicant and any specific standards or requirements for proofs of notice or petition of support. Return date. On the return date, committee will examine the documentation and will hear any public comment. Then the committee will vote. That's the protocol.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions?
I don't see any other hands up, Mark.
Okay, how are we gonna do this for the acceptance of it? Are we gonna do a roll call on it, or?
Well, since it's not an action item, maybe we could do it in reverse, so I want to defer to you. But one consideration would be is anyone opposed to it in principle? So, Mark, maybe since there's no opposition to it in principle, then the group could be given a return date.
Since there's no opposition, we'll do a return date for the next meeting, which will be on Tuesday, April the 25th. That's going to be by way of WebEx. That's Tuesday, April the 25th. Okay. Right.
So, Mark, I also would recommend that the applicant, again, just review the protocols that I'm sure has been shared with you, and that the committee also review the protocols that I just reviewed, so we can all be prepared for the next meeting, for their return.
Yes, and also, you know, if there's any additional items to be sent in, could you please have it to us like about 2 weeks before, so that everyone have an opportunity to review everything and
Yes.
make sure that they're prepared?
Yes, Mark.
Yes.
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 Yes, Chairman. Yes.
All right, thank you.
One thing before we go, can we have a contact number for you, Ms. Young, and you, Mark, in case we miss something?
You can contact the community board office, and they'll review everything and make sure everything is intact.
Okay, thanks.
Is the community board still on St. Mark's?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have their number?
We'll take it again.
We'll take it
We'll
again.
take it again, yeah.
Moment.
I see that you were in email contact with them also.
Okay, the number is 718-467-5574.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay,
guys, and
thank you.
we'll see you at the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And
Okay.
next on the item, Rob Whitterwax was looking for members from our EST committee to serve on the Solid Waste Advisory Board. I apologize, I don't have a lot of details on that, on the Solid Waste Advisory Board, but he was looking for some volunteers on that. If not now, you know, we can definitely get some people for the next meeting. You could think about it, but is anyone interested in it?
Hi, this is Lisa Maldonado. I'm not a committee member yet. It's just my first meeting, but I would be interested in learning more because that's one of the reasons why I'm interested in joining the committee, is to be involved with sanitation issues.
Okay.
I'm not sure if with this one here, it says specifically CB8 or EST members. But what I'll do, Lisa, can you just also just put in your, could you send me your email? And we can, let me see if with Rob and see if that's acceptable. Because he did say on here, members.
Okay, I can send my email to the listserv. Is that the best way to do it?
Or if you wish, you can send it to me directly.
Okay, what's your email address?
I mean, in the chat, you can put it in.
Oh, in the chat. Yeah. I'll do that right now. Sorry about that.
Okay. Any members from the ESTs interested in it?
Okay, let me just, Mark, I have some, there is some additional information that I could share. It says a designated person to serve on the Brooklyn Solid Waste Advisory Board. That's the one you're talking about, right?
Correct.
Meets the first Monday of every month in hybrid fashion, in person at Borough Hall and via Zoom. Meetings are strictly scheduled from 6:30 to 8:30. CB8 has not had a designated representative since September last year. So that was the information that came from the community board.
Thank you, Deborah.
Okay, you're welcome.
No takers at this point? That's okay. We'll be looking out again for the next meeting. But we definitely need representation from community board on that.
Well, we have one, the lady who just said she was interested. So that's one thing you're going to follow up on, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll touch base with Rob and just make sure that, you know, she's not a member. However, she'll be able to participate.
Okay.
Yeah, I also put my email address in the chat, Dolores.
Oh, okay. So you have two potential candidates.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Dolores.
You're welcome.
Okay, sanitation. I'm sure everybody knows that we're getting our new garbage, curbside garbage drop-off. If this is correct, as part of the commitment to keep our streets safe, New York City Department of Sanitation is implementing a new rule to reduce the time that trash, recycle, curbside, composting will sit on the sidewalk. The new rules goes in effect April the 1st. From 6 o'clock, containers of 55 gallons or less will be able to go out in the curb in the containers, and then at 8 o'clock, after 8 o'clock, you can put the bags out. So that 6 o'clock, you have to put them in containers with covers, so they say. And then after 6 o'clock, you can put the bags out. That's going to be implemented on April the 1st. And from information I got, we're going to be having a 1-month grace period. You won't be ticketed, but you'll be getting noticed if you are doing it. But sanitation will send out a notice. And if I'm correct, once it's implemented, I mean, once they start giving out tickets, they'll be looking out at those people who received the notices first. So let's all work on that part. What else we have going on in sanitation? We also have those, what else we have going on? I think that's about it. Any questions on that?
Yes.
Yes.
You said the sanitation would be that we would be getting these containers.
No, you're
Or
going
we
to
have to
utilize
purchase
your own,
them.
no, you're going to be using your own containers.
The one with the sealed tops.
The one with the covers, whatever garbage containers you have, yeah, they want the covers on them if possible.
So the city is not giving out any. They're
No,
just
they're not
suggesting
giving
that
out
you
anything.
you purchase them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I
Wyndham?
may, Chair Thurton.
Yes.
Thank you for recognizing me. To Dr. Crook, you can put your containers that you own at 6 p.m. But if you don't want to put your container and you want to continue to put your bags out, you have to do it at 8 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, the funniest thing about that, I really don't understand that, because the rodents normally come out when it's dark. So I mean, from 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, they're out and they'll be eating in the bags all night. So we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe if the sanitation is looking to pick up the garbage at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, that might be better, but that doesn't happen. But let's see how this new process goes.
Thank you.
Renum?
Yes, I was wondering, you think in the long run they're gonna make us all purchase those containers and use it for, I think in the long run, that's what their intention is gonna be. That no matter what, you know how they start out easy and get us used to it. And then after that, we all have to definitely put it in cans on the sidewalk. And I was wondering if the recycle has to go in the, well, not the paper. I don't think that would have to go in a container. Do you think? Or
It says trash, recycling, curbside composting. It is recycling also.
The paper recycle has to go in cans too?
It doesn't specify.
I don't know, I have to speak to sanitation for that. Because I know maybe the can, but I don't know about cans, bottles, glass, I think. But I don't know about the paper. Because I just have a feeling that they're going to make us put in different containers, all these containers on the sidewalk. And
Yeah, but right now there's what it does say is
for trash,
recycling, and curbside composting.
Well, we didn't get that yet over here. Yeah. Okay.
I think this might be citywide though.
Yeah, eventually, yes. They ease into it.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on this?
Mark, I don't know, we have the one item on the agenda that's a voting item. And currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 11 members present. I believe that might be your quorum because there's a total of 21 members.
And that's with the International Car Service?
Yes, so that is one of the voting items. Do you want to go to that?
Yes, we'll go to that. I think the Reverend had one more question.
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you for recognizing me. About the city and the rats. Are they doing anything about giving or at least directing us to an area where we can secure things that would stop some of the influx of rats?
I'm sorry. Please repeat that.
The city, they have this program supposedly that you were able to secure either the traps to place in your in under your steps or in your yard someplace that will capture these rodents. Is there any information on that?
Okay, I'm not aware of that, but I do know that if you call 311, they'll come out, but they may put out their traps, but I'm not sure if that property owner will get a violation, and then the traps, and then the poison baits are put out. I'm not really sure on that, but we can get that information. Or you can also touch base with 311.
Thank you.
I also want us to add that, you know, they do have these rat academy forums that happen throughout the community, and you might want to reach out to the borough president's office, the Brooklyn Borough President, because I know he was doing several that was scheduled in Brooklyn, and those are open. So that's another place that you might be able to get some additional information.
Thank you.
Yeah, and they're pretty informative on those academy, and they're web-based also, so you don't have to even leave your place. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay,
So,
Mark, I
yeah,
have to correct myself because I don't think that we have a quorum. Let me just double check. We have 21 members. Let me double check. 1, 2, 6, 7, 10, 11. I'm still counting 11. I know I added
We
Mr.
do.
We
We
do.
do.
We have a quorum?
Yeah,
Okay.
it needs to be more than half.
Okay, so we have 11.
okay, wait, who are the additional ones that came in?
Well, Meehan, I hadn't checked him off, but I see he's on the call, so I added him as present. So that brought us up to the 11. I don't have, yes, I counted for you, Mr. Meehan. But I don't have anyone else that I added to the list that was, that I had called when I first did the roll call. I
Okay,
mean, do you want me to go through it again quickly?
just the ones that we got as absent.
Okay, Desmond Atkins, Julia Boyd, Michael Francoeur, Alan Gerber, Eugenie Harris Blenman, Celeste Stern, Carrie Tan, Nicole Trault, Ethel Tyus, and Robert Witherbacks. Those are the only ones I had.
Okay, all right. Sophia,
Ms. Young, I'm here. I was a bit late though. I missed the roll call.
Okay, and that is?
Celeste Stern.
Okay, fine. Let me go back and check. Thank you. Okie dokie. So that brings us to 12.
to 12.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Celeste.
All right, and we had that, the item is for hire based license renewal for International Car Service. They're located on 623 Washington Avenue. That's in between Dean and Bergen Street. Base license for new renewal every 3 years. So far, there's no objections on the base has been resided by the community to the district office. So so far everything has been good with them. They don't have no complaints on them. Again, they're located at 623 Washington. And we're gonna take a vote on them. And they're looking for their license renewal. And as mentioned, it's every 3 years. And I guess it's time for them right now. Deborah, you want to do a roll call on this?
Okay, well, first we have to make the motion. Somebody has to make the motion.
Thank you, Deborah.
Are they here?
Any
Well, sorry,
representative?
yeah, I think I was muted. Hello, yeah. My name is Jose. I'm from International Car Service here in Crown Heights.
Okay.
We're located on 623 Washington Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, between Dean and Bergen. We've been here for 20 years, you know, started off as a livery car service, moved our way up to working with the Department of Health, taxi transportation for the community, provide medical transportation for the community as well. So, time for our renewal license. And this is my first meeting, actually. So it's nice to meet you people.
Great, thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, do we do a motion? Anyone do a motion to accept?
Okay, I make a motion that we accept the renewal request from the applicant.
That's Deborah Johnson.
No, Deborah Young.
Deborah Young.
Your Ortiz Joyner, I second it.
Your. Thank you. Deb, you
Okay.
want to do?
I have to do the roll call. Okay. Desmond Atkins, Julia Boyd, Michael Francoeur, Alan Gerber, Karen Gray,
Yeah.
Saskia Higgins,
Abstain.
Igeni Blenman, Poland. Gonna mess it up, so I'm not gonna say it.
That's all right. I vote yes.
Okay. Jennifer Jordan,
Yes.
Exima Jordan,
Yes.
Peter Crashes,
Yes.
Francis Langley,
Yes.
William Meehan,
I'm going to abstain because I'm not exactly sure what the petition, what the movement motion is.
Okay, the motion, if you want me to repeat it, the motion is to accept the applicant's request to renew his international car service license. There has not been any issues raised by the community to the district office about this service provided to the community.
Okay, sure. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Fior Ortena Joy. Oh, Fior Joyner. Sorry. Fior.
Yes.
Celeste Stern.
Yes.
Carrie Tan. Nicole Treachault. Mark Thurton.
Yes.
Ethel Tyus. Robert Withervax. Deborah Young. Yes. Okay, so I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yeses and 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Okay, and Eastern Parkway, they're doing some proposals on that, right? They're going to be doing some work on that, Deborah?
Yes.
It's the median work that they're going to, median work they're going to be doing on that? You have that?
Okay, I have it. Okay. Okay, the update on Eastern Parkway signalization and safety improvements. Per the email received from DOT and forwarded to the committee. The New York City Department of Transportation will be implementing accessibility improvements along Eastern Parkway beginning at Ralph Avenue and then at cross streets along North Malls, likely progressing in the following order: Rogers Avenue, Nostrand Avenue, New York Avenue, Brooklyn Avenue, Albany Avenue, Troy Avenue, Schenectady Avenue, Utica Avenue, Rochester Avenue, and Buffalo Avenue. Okay, the work at Ralph Avenue will consist of constructing the pedestrian island, which is proximate to the North Mall, to ensure that the ramps are ADA accessible. This portion of the work is scheduled to begin late March or early April 2023 and will take approximately 3 weeks. The work at Rogers Avenue, Nostrand Avenue, New York Avenue, Brooklyn Avenue, Albany Avenue, Troy Avenue, Schenectady Avenue, Utica Avenue, Rochester Avenue, and Buffalo Avenue will consist of installing pedestrian ramps and hex pavers at the tips of the north malls. This work is scheduled to begin in the spring of 2023 and will continue throughout the year. The installing of pedestrian ramps at the tips of the north malls at Bedford Avenue and Franklin Avenue were this is not reading well, were in completing in February 2023 and at Clawson Avenue in 2022. That certainly does not read properly. Okay, in addition to the ramp improvement, work implementing safety and traffic improvements along Eastern Parkway at Brooklyn Avenue, Troy Avenue, and Schenectady Avenue is also scheduled for late 2023. Traffic and pedestrian signals will be added at these intersections, which are currently stop controlled.
Thank you, Deborah. That's a lot that, you know, that was given out there. I just have to make sure that this was sent out to the members. You know, we'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Deborah.
Okay.
So yeah, yes, Eastern Parkway is going to be doing a lot of work over there, make it safer for the pedestrians, and I'm extremely happy that, you know, that work on the eastern section of Eastern Parkway has been completed over by Buffalo. They finally completed that work. Okay. Any questions on that, guys? Nope. All right. I just want to, you know, we'll just make sure that the community board sends that out to everyone to make sure that you have an opportunity to review it.
Sent out.
You received it?
Yes, it was sent. We
Yes.
have it in our email.
Okay,
Okay.
very good. Yep. Okay. What else we have, Deborah?
The DOT for the open streets.
Okay. That's with Vanderbilt?
Yes.
Okay, Vanderbilt, March, they're going to be starting off March the 31st, 2023 through November the 19th, 2023. That's going to be Vanderbilt between Atlantic Avenue to Park Place will be closed Friday, 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturdays, and Sundays, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Underhill Avenue Pacific, Underhill from Pacific to St. John's will be closed every weekday. The streets will specifically be closed Monday through Thursdays, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and on Fridays, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Starting July the 17th, 2023 through September 30th, 2023, Buffalo Avenue between Bergen Street and St. Mark's Avenue will be closed every Saturday from noon to 7 p.m. So those are going to be the open streets within Community Board 8.
Mark, just one, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you might have said July, but I think it's June.
Thank you.
Starts in
June the 17th.
17th, yes.
2023 to September the 30th, 2023. That's for Buffalo Avenue between Bergen Street and St. Mark's. Okay, so those are the areas for our open streets. Old business, smart compost bins.
Mr. Thurton,
Yes.
before we get to the old compost bins, I just want to ask, was the letter to the MTA sent?
In reference to?
The bus redesign?
I can't comment on that part. I'll have to verify with community board and with Robert Whitterwax on that part.
Thank you.
I'm quite I'll verify with that. I don't want to misspeak on that portion. But yes, that's extremely important. And we have the smart compost bins that's been dropped off in our community. Guess we have to. It's you know that's the way we have to go. Composting is extremely important. But only thing about it is that we have to use our smartphone device, download that app onto your phone to open up the bins. Has anyone utilized that? Raise a hand. No? Okay. William, you tried it, and how's it work out?
I'd say my experience is that the availability is pretty bad on weekends and evenings, just because they tend to fill up, and they haven't been emptied in a while. I live kind of on the edge of the district, so I think there might be some people from, like, say, Park Slope walking over a little bit and using them. But I'm usually able to walk to, like, a little bit into Crown Heights and find one. Or if you do it in the morning, then the availability is good. Super easy to open. Obviously it's not accessible for people without smartphones, but there will be the citywide program in October. And I find it really easy and pretty useful.
So if it's filled, does it open, or it's just it stays locked for it stays locked?
It stays locked. So the app has a warning that, like, the bin is almost full or full. And so if it's full, you can see on the map beforehand that it's full, and so that way you can, like, go to a different one that says it's got plenty of room, or, like, at least a little room.
Okay. Thank you for that, William. Lisa?
Sure.
Lisa?
Oh, yeah. My experience is the same. I live near Eastern Parkway, and there's a couple right near me, and they're often full, but I just have to check my app before I go out to make sure that it's either partially full or not full. But it's easy to use once I figured out the app piece.
When you drop them off, are you able to put it in a plastic, or does it have to be in a paper for it to be put into the bin?
I don't think it matters. I think you can as long as you're putting it in there. I use plastic bags in my freezer. I just put everything in the freezer, and when it's full and it's empty and and I can drop it off, I take it. And when I peek in the container, I see people throwing, putting it in there lots of different ways, like in plastic bags or paper bags, etc.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Recycling is the way to go, guys. But that's what we need to do. We're in New York with our plastic, with our papers, now with the food. It's hopefully it's an efficient and healthy way where that none of the food gets dropped out, where the rodents will have field day on it. As long as we as citizens utilize it in a proper manner. And don't be discouraged if we find a bin that's full and just drop it over right next to it. That's kind of defeating the purpose. We're going to be having rodents over there. So definitely, if the bin is full, take it back or find another disposal location. Right. Thank you for your comment. A budget. We was looking for the budget proposal.
Yeah. We were supposed to identify budget items for fiscal year 2025 that we were supposed ask the committee to to submit some items, or at a minimum, I'm not sure when they're due by, Mark. So if there's no items that anyone could recommend right now, I think that maybe it could be recommended to this committee that we start thinking about them and maybe emailing our ideas to you and Robert, and to prepare to have a more involved discussion at the next EST meeting. But again, I'm not sure what the cutoff date is for the items, the proposed budget items.
Thank you, Deborah. Yes, but if anyone thinks up some budget items, definitely let us know.
You have a hand up, Lisa.
Lisa, is that a new hand or a hand from before?
Oh, that's a hand from before. I apologize. I'll take it down.
Okay. Yeah, so budget items, team, definitely send it over to Community Board and Rob and myself. Is that it? New items?
Hi guys, hi, me Karen.
Hey, Karen.
Okay.
I just thought that we should have some money aside for, replacing faded street signs.
Oh. Okay.
Street signs and directional signs, people tend to knock down some of the signs that show it's a one way or whatever. That's signage.
Okay. It's a good one. It's faded street signs.
Thank you, Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Any other thoughts? Okay. No, I'm surprised we ask for more garbage bins, because that's been an item for quite a while in the past.
You could ask for it. You want to add it?
We might as well. And hopefully, if we put them out, that they pick them up on a timely basis too. That's important.
The other thing, since I'm listening to, this is Karen again, sorry. Since I'm listening to people talking about the composting bins being full, that might be something that we need to talk about in terms of either getting bigger bins or additional bins.
And also for it to be cleaned on a regular basis too.
Right.
I think in October they're gonna give out individual bins.
They started it.
No, it's still in October we can get it this one.
We can get this,
Mm-hmm.
but Green's giving them.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, we were saying that, in October they're gonna give out individual brown bins.
Oh, really?
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. I have to look that up. Okay, that's a lot of money that the city is willing to spend to give out individual bins for each location. That's a good thing. I mean, see how that works out.
For who's interested.
Oh, okay. Then the concern about picking up and everything else. Right. We have okay, we're good with the budget, and I think any old items that we have, any old concerns?
New concerns?
New concerns?
Good. I don't know.
One second, one second, Deb. We have
I'll say, yeah, let me put my hand up. I'm sorry.
Reverend? Bronco?
I was on mute. I don't know whether or not you discussed it before I came on, but we're thinking about the parking sign for the loading area on Bergen Street between Brooklyn and New York Avenue.
Yes. The new parking sign?
Yes, new loading zone for UPS, whatever. Which I've found out that they're not using that area, that small area. Those trucks are still parking, and that we haven't had a problem with double parking on this block in years. I've lived here for 42 years, same building, same house. And we've never had a problem with double parking or someone finding a parking, to drop off their packages or what have you. They're still doing, even since you put this sign up, this area up, they're still doing the same as always. They don't use that little small area to try to park in to deliver their packages. Why do we constantly try to, make things worse for people, especially on this block? As I said at the last meeting, we have 3 fire hydrants, which they use all the time because they're only there for a few seconds to deliver a package. We have a bus stop, and now we have the bicycle over there on New York Avenue. We are drowning in trying to find places to park around here. That space is never used.
And again, that street again, please.
Bergen, between Brooklyn and New York Avenue. They don't use that little small area.
Have you been documenting the delivery trucks?
Oh yes,
I mean,
I'm here. I'm retired, and I'm here every day, and in and out. And I don't see most of the time what they're doing. They park by the fire hydrants because they're only there for a second.
And this is a residential block, correct?
Yes, it is.
When I say documenting, how have you been documenting it?
Oh, through 311. I've been calling 311 because there's always someone parked in front of the fire hydrant, which is in front of my house. Okay. And they never seem to mind that, people parking in front of the fire hydrants. But as far as the UPS, the mail trucks or what have you, they're still doing the same as they were doing for the last 42 years, parking on the street, dropping off their packages and moving on. I never saw a problem here with any double parking.
Okay, when I'm asking documenting, which specifically the truck loading spot, correct?
Yeah,
that's what I'm referring to.
I have yet to see one truck park in that spot to unload something.
Okay, I mean, my suggestion on that, when I say documented, you need to take photos of it. Of the delivery trucks are doing their job. I mean,
they're doing their job, but they're not parking in that space.
Right. What I'm saying is that they're doing their job. If they're not utilizing the space and the space is not being utilized, you as a resident on the block, and it's a residential block, you take the photos of it, document it, and send in your emails to the DOT who oversees that, and also you can CC the community board on that, and also you can have with your members on the block, also put them on the list and send it over to them and let DOT know that is a residential block and you're concerned about it and it's not efficient, and whatever other discussion that you may have on it.
So question. So in order for them to place this loading zone here in the first place, what was the criteria for them placing that loading zone there?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of that. That's a very good question, and we'll ask the community board if they can touch base with DOT and what is the criteria. That's a very good question, because they do have it down on the commercial strips, but very seldom you find it on a residential block, unless you guys are getting a tremendous amount of deliveries.
No.
Which I really don't see that happening. I mean, I can't speak for your block.
I can, and we don't have that many deliveries, okay? That we would need a loading zone on a residential street with 3 fire hydrants, 4 illegal driveways, and a bus stop. So where are we supposed to park?
I'm glad that you attended the meeting and you brought up your concern. And you attended a meeting last 2 weeks ago also?
The last meeting that you had, which was, I don't know whether it was 2 weeks ago, but I did attend one of your meetings.
Okay.
hmm And this is March, it may have been the end of February, I don't know. But I did attend that meeting and I asked the same question then. I just didn't get an answer.
Okay. You have the email for Community Board 8?
Yes.
Yes, send it to them. Send them your questions about the criteria. They'll forward it over to DOT. Once you get that information, you guys are you're organized, and then send your concerns over to DOT and also CC the Community Board.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah, 1 second. I think
I'm going to defer to Fior. Let her go first.
Fior?
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what Reverend Dr. Crook had said. It's not a matter that the space, it's 2 parking spots, but the issue is that the delivery services are not going to take the time to parallel park to stay for a few minutes to drop off packages. I myself have spoken to FedEx and Amazon drivers, and I have pointed to the loading zone and said to them, this is where you're, do you know you can park there? And they say, we're not going to park there. We inch along the block. We're not going to park and walk back and forth. They're not going to do that. They've told me several times they're not going to do it. So in the interim, we have 2 parking spaces that cannot be utilized Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the purpose of them, they're not being used for the purposes that they were intended for.
Designated for. Maybe they have something.
Thank you, Fior, for that. Yes, the delivery people, time is not on their side. They're trying to get these packages out as quickly as possible.
Miss Jordan, I think your mic is open. Can you please close it? Thank you.
Deborah, could you give us 1 more second? I have another question for Michelle.
Yeah, you could wait. Mine is not related to this.
Okay, Michelle, I'm quite sure that your concern is with this also.
It's the same question as well. I would just like to ask, what can Community Board 8 help us with? Because it seems like as the community, it seems that we have to do the work. And so I wanted to see what the Community Board 8 can help to facilitating that we get this sign off. Should we go to our politicians, that we have one directly maybe about 5 feet from that actual sign? Should we go to Chio Say's office and try to get some resolution or some clarity about it? Because like Ms. Joyner did say, and you reiterated that it's taking up 2 parking spaces that we're already challenged on parking. So I just need to know, how do we move forward? And we need to make sure that we have somebody that's going to help us to move forward, and not saying, okay, well, we need you to do this, we need you to do this, we need you to do this. We need help. And so that's why we're here on the call now, just trying to get some resolution and some help.
Okay, very, very good question, Michelle. In reference to the Community Board, we are advisory board. So when you give us our information, the concerns that the community has, we'll send it out to the necessary departments. That this one here would be specifically over to DOT. But when people say that you have to, unfortunately, we can't depend on just one organization. You have Chi on your block. I recommend to that you guys. He's going to say the same thing. He's going to say, okay, if it's a problem, you guys come together, give him the information, give him. He's a city council also, to the assembly person. Send them your concerns. Send them both your concerns and put in Community Board 8. I mean, the thing now is that when you send out an email, that one email could be CC'd to a variety of people. So when you send it out, you let them know your concerns, the amount of people that you have, and with your documentations. You have to come with some information or some specifics on what's being done. When I say documentations with the photographs of the UPS, they're on a time schedule, so they're not utilizing the spot. So, but unfortunately, in our community or in our system that as a whole, you have to take the initiative on it. But the community board will forward that information over to the DOT. But then again, that one email that you have can be CC'd to a variety of people. So it's not that you're going to be sending out different emails to everyone. That one CC, that one email could be sent out to a variety of people at that one shot. But again, it's not going to be just a one-time thing. You'll probably have to do it again and follow through with it.
But knowing
But it's
Fiora, she's always on target. And so I know that she has crossed her T's and dotted her I's. And so I just, and I'm sure that I'm echoing the same sentiments that Ms. Fiora would say, is that she has reached out. And I know that she has reached out because she's always on target with everything in terms of the block. So I just need to find out and make sure that she knows who's behind us and who can help us to make sure that these signs come down and that it's not taking up two spots. And I see Fiora's hand is up. So okay.
Right. I mean that when you say Chi or you was referring to Chiose?
I was saying Fiora. I know that she's always on target. So I'm sure she sounded alarm long time ago, and so we're here supporting and making sure that this gets rectified.
Right, but Michelle, there's power in numbers.
Okay. Well, we're here. So we're trying to find out about the preliminary and how to make it happen.
Right. You get your people together, but sign that petition, get the people together on it, let them know that these are the people that lives on the blocks that are concerned with it. Shoot out your emails to the community board, Chiose, and to the assembly people, and follow through. You have to follow up with it with our elected officials. That's what we put them on. That's what we pay them for. Fior? I'm sorry, Michelle. I'll come right back to you, Fior.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Ms. Morris said, and that is exactly the problem. I distribute the information and crickets. So one person can't run the show. So this is what happens when people don't get involved. We get loading zones and we get less parking and we get more of things that we don't want. A closed mouth does not get fed.
I agree with you, Fior. I mean, yeah, I mean, you guys are at this point now, but things that go up could come down. So everyone know DOT has changed things that they have done. If they found out that it wasn't efficient, or if it was incorrect, or if they have enough petitions against it, you know, and they analyze it and they say that, hey, this wasn't a good idea, you know, they will respond to it. But it's not too late, but you guys could definitely organize and follow through with it. But as you said, the squeaky wheel gets oiled.
Mark,
thank you for that.
Okay. I would like to weigh in on that. That's not why I had my hand up. And I think it's pretty much been said, but I just want to echo it, that too often we in the community sit complacent and don't get involved. And I clearly understand that people have lives and so many things pull us in so many different ways. But when we don't keep if we don't remain tuned in to what's going on, then there is no opportunity, or it minimizes the opportunity to stop things or to impact it or to even have our voices heard. So I'm glad to hear the concern and the people on the call this evening, expressing their concern and frustration. But I also understand what Mark is saying, that yes, the community board is advisory, but we need the people in the community. That's where the energy comes from. People need to be involved and have their voices heard and take a position around different things. It can't be done by the community board alone, because the community board is representative of the community. And if the people in the community are not coming out and speaking up, then how do we get the information and how do we support one another? So I just wanted to kind of, piggyback on what has already been said. And in terms of you doing some of the legwork, yeah, you're gonna have to do it. It's on your block. You're experiencing it, you're living it, and it needs to be more than one, two, or three people. I would encourage you to get your block galvanized, because you're not the only ones that's probably being impacted by this situation. It made absolutely no sense to put a loading dock there. It's not a commercial strip. I don't even know if there's one business on that block. It is residential. And as Fiora has said, we didn't think when we first heard about it that the delivery trucks was going to utilize it. They're not. They're going to do what's most efficient for them. And it's not efficient to go to the corner of New York and Bergen if they're delivering at Brooklyn and Bergen. It's not efficient for them. So it's just grabbing parking spaces that the community needs and could better utilize for something that just made no sense. And the community was not asked for input, if I recall correctly. It was just done. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. And we can agree, we're all in agreement that something needs to be done.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
regardless on if people were here or not here, I think in terms of being able to move forward, we just need to find out what are the steps to move forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michelle, thank you very much for participating on the call.
Oh, yes, I appreciate it. My mother was a board member when Marie Blinn was the chairperson. I tried twice and I was declined twice on being on the board. And so it's not that I don't have passion that I didn't want to be on the board. I was declined twice. And so I just let that be known as well.
But you can still come to the committee meetings. The committee meetings, you don't need to get approval to be on. And
Okay.
that's where the vote, and that's where the voting takes place.
Okay.
The voting takes place in committee meetings.
Well, we're gonna have a side conversation.
You could please feel free to call me.
Okay.
All right, Mark, I did have my hand up before, if you're ready to move forward, because it is getting late. It's almost 8 o'clock.
Yes,
And-
I am. Dr. Cook, thank you.
This
Thank
is
you for your
Burton. Can
call.
I just say something? Can I just say something?
I'm sorry, who's this?
My name is Burton Rizzi. I'd like to say something. I think there should be some kind of like membership, groups of us to get together and go knocking door to door and try to get people really involved. Piggybacking on what somebody else said, then maybe we can, we can have larger numbers of us. That's all.
I agree with that totally. And you're referring to the zoning sign also, or just in general?
This is just in general. I've lived on the block for years. I haven't been to the meeting because like Deborah said, I'm pulled in a lot of directions. I have my own small business. I'm pulled in a lot of directions, but I came on because one of our neighbors told me about making a vote against the bus that's going to go down Sterling. I live on Sterling Place between New York and Nostrand. But I think there should definitely be some kind of membership. We have a lot of new members on our block, new residents. Somebody or some groups of people should be to get together, go galvanize and knock on doors, and try to beef up our numbers. That's really all I want to say.
Who is this? This is Dolores. Me and Phyllis were out yesterday knocking on doors on the block. What address do you live at?
Well, I live next door to Phyllis. I'm in an apartment building.
Oh, okay, all right.
Please don't, excuse me, please don't say your address, because this is a public forum.
924 Sterling
No,
Place.
don't say it.
Still live there.
No.
Don't say your address. No.
Do not. Do not.
Okay, we will talk outside later. I'll connect with you and Phyllis.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Mark, I had,
Deborah?
I just want to put this out. This may not be the best forum for it, but we are having some major problems with our postal service. Okay. I have been talking to our delivery person on my block, and because in addition to the washing of checks being stolen, what I've been noticing is that the mail carriers are not putting the mail in your box. I walked down last week, 2 houses, mine and a neighbor's house. The mail was sticking out the box. Anybody could walk by and just see the mail hanging out and walk in and pull your mail out. In addition to it, that my mail has been hanging out and it's been soaking wet during it raining. And today I happened to see my mail person. She assured me it wasn't her. I walked to my house and guess what? The mail was hanging out the mailbox. I say that to say, I don't know if we could get anyone to come and address some safety measures, or to address, I don't know, if other people in the community are having issues with their mail. I know I feel like sometime I should be on the post office's payroll because I deliver mail because they don't put it in the right box. But that is a safety issue. I can tell you, we are in the process, the Crown Heights North Association, of inviting someone from the post office to our town hall meeting, but I also wanted to bring it forward to this committee as the Environment, Safety, and Transportation, the EST committee, as a concern. So I don't know if there's anything we could do from this committee or it needs to be taken to another one of the committees.
Deborah, thank you very much. Let me touch base. I think we might be the committee that might be able to work on that. But I'll touch base with the community board. I'm quite sure they're fully aware of this because I've sent out many complaints. Many other people on my block have sent out complaints on this, and I'm extremely happy that China is going to be having the Postal Service speak on this issue.
Hopefully we could get someone.
Well, yeah, that's a federal government.
Right.
That's a federal portion of our government. That
Right.
might be a hard sell for them to come out. But if you do, definitely let the community board know. But I'll touch base with Michelle and readdress this concern that we have and see what steps, where we can direct this concern to.
Okay.
Thank you, Deborah, for that.
Thank you.
Is there any other new concerns? No? All right, we're at 7:50. I think we will call it a night, and we'll see you guys at the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good
Night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Everybody.